Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Committee on Housing and Economic Development. We're going to get started. We have three work sessions scheduled for today. And my name is Senator Chip Curry, serve as the Senate Chair, and I'll ask members to introduce themselves. Can we start at the far right of the horseshoe?
Thank you, Senator. Hi, folks. Good afternoon. Arthur Mingo. I represent District 9, Eastern Washington County, the sportsman capital of Maine.
I'm Mark Mallon. I represent House District 133, which is part of the great city of Biddeford.
I'm Cheryl Golick. I represent House District 99, which is all of Harpswell and part of Brunswick.
Good afternoon. I'm Yusuf. I represent District 118, part of Portland.
I'm Senator Donna Bailey. I represent District 31, which is Buxton, Old Orchard Beach, and Saco.
Hi all, my name is Rick Bennett. I have the honor of serving the people of 14 towns in Western Maine in the state Senate across parts of Androscoggin, Cumberland, and Oxford counties, and I live in Oxford.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Representative John Eder, representing House District 136, Alfred, Lyman, and Waterboro.
Hi there, I'm Cassie Julia. I represent HD 65, which is half of Waterville.
Hi, I'm Grayson Lookner. I represent House District 113, which is the neighborhoods of Nason's Corner, Stroudwater, and Riverton in Portland.
Afternoon. Mark Walker, representing District 84. That's Naples, Sebago, Baldwin, and parts of Standish.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 134, which is all of Kennebunkport and coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk, and I'm the House Chair of the committee.
Once again, I'm Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. We're going to start with open up the work session for LD 2173, and I'll ask our analyst, Lynn Westfall, to begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the clerk is handing out an amendment to you all. This, I believe, is the fourth work session. This is an act to update the laws regarding housing development and accessory dwelling units. This was an emergency bill brought to us by Representative Collmore. What you have in front of you on purple, we're doing purple right now, is a running list of some of the amendments that we've discussed before with some additions. And as usual, you will know it's an addition because there'll be these are red lines, so there'll be a line on the left-hand column. I will just go briefly through everything. The first, including the ones we discussed before. So on the first page, there were changes made to the fire protection and accessory dwelling units section, and that was in response to the state fire marshal. The next section on page 1 added a definition for public sewer system to replace the longer phrase that included comparable sewer system. The next change from the original bill is at the top of page 2 in the rate of growth ordinances. The original bill had proposed to change the percentage and the years. The current amendment keeps the percentage of 105% in the years of 10 years as originally, as in current law. At the bottom of page 2, there was an implementation date change. On page 3, there was some implementation date changes. The first red line change is on page 3, and that was changing a reference to Title V, Section 3234 to the comprehensive plan. So that was not something we discussed, but that was picked up, that cross-reference had to be updated. So nothing substantive there. The next change on page 3, again, the additional height allowance, that was a change we discussed before, and that was per comments by the state fire marshal. The bottom of page 3, that repeals language. You'll recall that there was language put in 1829 in 3 places. It should have only gone into 2. This is the language that takes it out of the one place it should have gone into in the first place. Page 4 has the next substantive change from the last meeting, And this is this new subsection B, which goes into the exceptions from 4364. So this allows a municipality, if they identify an area as exempt in their comp plan or in a regulation, they can exempt coastal barrier resource areas, special flood hazard areas, coastal sand dune systems, and erosion hazard areas. And you'll recall those were the four. We got a purple sheet last time and you talked to someone, I believe from a geologist from DACF who may still be in the room and has updated information if you have more questions for him. But these were the four areas that the committee at the last meeting agreed should be the basis upon which a municipality could exempt areas. You'll recall that there were a couple other areas that were on the list given to us by the geologist. One was the sea level rise inundation areas, and the other was the coastal flood risk models. If you, again, you didn't decide at the last meeting to include them here. If you have questions and want to discuss that further, as I said, there's someone here who can talk to you about that. The next change since the last meeting is on page 5. And we had a discussion about that. So this is in the subsection on density and minimum lot sizes. And it changes the minimum lot size from 5,000 feet to it may not exceed 15,000 square feet. And it changes the density requirement. It previously was may not exceed 5,000. Again, it's raised to 15,000. And there's a provision that for the first dwelling unit, after first additional dwelling unit, it's 20,000 square feet of a lot area. Sorry, for the first 2 dwelling units contained within a single structure. So that was changed from the last, based on the conversations from the last meeting. If you go down to the middle of the page, there were comments that we received after the meeting that this section about planning board approval not required could be read to mean that let's see, 4 or fewer dwelling units within a single structure were exempt from planning board approval, including things like shoreline zoning. And I took the risk of assuming that was not the intent of the committee. So what this language solely because of is added to clarify what I hope, to clarify what I think the committee might have wanted with this provision is that if the only reason a planning board would look at this project is because it was establishing 4 or fewer dwelling units within a single structure, then that project doesn't need planning board approval. So that is what that additional language is. And again, that was not discussed in any of our prior meetings. We're on page 5, in the middle of the page in section 15. And the next change from our last meeting was on page 6. Again, this has to do with coastal barrier resource floodplain areas. This again allows a municipality, if they want to adopt an ordinance, they may exclude those areas that are within a coastal barrier resource system, a special floodplain hazard area, a coastal sand dune system, or an erosion hazard area. And then the last change from the last meeting is on page 7, and that has to do with the effective date. There were basically 2 effective dates in this bill from the last time we met. And this is proposing that the effective date for the entire bill be July 1st of 2027.
Thank you.
So the original bill, I see a puzzled look. The original bill had staggered implementation dates. There was one date for municipalities that could act without a public meeting. And then there was a later implementation date or effective date for municipalities that had a more public intensive process, and the committee had a discussion and decided that they wanted all municipalities to have, to have one implementation date that would be in the future.
I'm noticing, we had lots of testimony and discussion around water source.
Yes,
Did that not make it into this, or is it being reflected in a way that I don't see?
it is not being reflected in the way you don't see it. Did you get this white sheet also that says the current phrase? Okay. So there was discussion about well, let me make sure are you talking about the phrase served by public, special district, or other centrally managed?
I'm talking about the
Source-
testimony we heard about source water
Yes.
protection.
So that was taken out completely, either the last draft or the draft before. So you'll recall the bill proposed to say a municipality may not regulate a more stringently than DHHS allows.
Mhm.
And the proposal was to add language that said, except to protect source water. And then after that discussion, but before we made that change, there was discussion that just removed the language from the bill that tells a municipality they can't be more stringent. So, which means the municipality can now, under this bill, the municipality can continue doing what they currently do.
Okay. So 1829 also didn't limit that.
That's correct.
Okay, so
Yep.
this portion, this bill was going to make that happen.
That's correct.
And that was going to be the issue. Okay.
Yep.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, my quizzical look was, we have an emergency preamble, but then we have an effective date of July 1, 2027. That was my puzzle look.
That is a very good quizzical look. I don't know how I missed that.
So would you address that?
Would I address that? Well, I think that is definitely sending conflicting messages within the same bill. And that has existed from the beginning of the bill.
Is it an effective date of the whole bill or effective date of when municipalities have to pass their ordinances? That's how I understood it. Like at what date do the municipalities? So the issue is that right now, 1829 has July 1, 2026.
Mhm.
And so they're out of compliance as of July 1, 2026. And so the emergency was to try to reset the timeline for the municipalities to have their ordinances comply with whatever we're passing now at a later date. I don't know if that's what it's saying.
So the current law actually, I'm not sure if, let me just double check what the current law has for implementation dates. So the current law has implementation date of 2024. And let's see what this one is. That one is July 1 of 2024. July 1 of 2024.
Yep. Representative Mellon.
Thank you. 1829 was passed last year in 2025 though. So my understanding was that with an implementation date of July 1, 2026, as the chair just described to us.
So if that's the implementation date, then it probably was done the same way this is done, which is an unallocated language. Which would mean it wouldn't appear in the statute, which is what I am looking at. And that absolutely is my recollection as well, because you enacted 1829 and you needed to give municipalities time to comply. Back to the question of there's an emergency preamble and there's this effective date. It is an effective date with respect to when municipalities have to have ordinances enacted to comply with it. However, I'm still stuck on the question, why would it does it need an emergency preamble so that it goes into effect before the July 1, 2026 date. And I think that does make sense to me.
So the net effect, if it didn't have an emergency preamble, would be that there would be whatever the time period is from 90 days post adjournment of the session. Let's say that is July 15th. There'll be 2 weeks of communities being out of compliance. What is the impact of that?
Out of compliance with the old law?
Yeah, let's say they haven't made their new, they haven't made new ordinances by 2026, July 1, 2026. And by July 15th, they got a new deadline.
So this bill does not exempt them from the July 1, 2026 date. The current law says by July 1, 2026, you have to do everything that 1829 says. This bill says you still have to do everything you were supposed to do under 1829 by July 1, 2026. This new stuff, you don't have to do until July 1, 2027. So if one of the intents of this bill was to address what you're talking about,
Mhm.
then it's gone off the rails with respect to that.
Okay. Representative Mellon.
Thank you. My understanding was that the intent of the effective date change in here was to delay the implementation of LD 1829, the date where they had to implement by whatever amount of time is contemplated, which I could reluctantly get on board with so long as we don't mess with the policy too much.
So if the intent is that the provisions of 1829 don't have to be, and the new ones, all of them go into effect in July 1 of 2027. I don't know how to do that, but I'm pretty sure there is a way to do that.
Mhm.
That would be something I would need to probably consult with Ross on how to make that happen.
Mhm.
And it may be that those implementation dates that I took out are going to go back in.
Mhm.
But that to me, if you tell me the intent is, as Representative Mallon has said, then we can make
An
that happen.
extension of those, of the previous deadlines.
Yes.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you want to look back, in the 131st, there was LD 1706, which was my bill, which as a compromise did include an extension of the implementation deadline for the old LD 2003.
Yeah,
So that could be a model for you
Okay.
to look at.
thank you.
Representative Collmore, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 68, Pittsfield, Clinton, Burnham, and Troy. And I serve as the ranking member, and I apologize. I was in a meeting with the speaker about this very bill.
So I believe that was an excellent question. But that I have gone over everything that was changed from the last meeting to this meeting.
Okay. Representative Collmore.
Thank you. So I'm not sure how much of this was covered, and again, I apologize for missing that part. But there are some things in the proposed draft that was sent out that I am concerned were changed from things that I thought we were going to do, and didn't include things that I thought we were including. For example, when we're talking about the density requirements, so it's like, it's page 3, section 6, number 2. And it talks about public, special district, or other centrally managed water system. Why we're not defining water system delivery from public water source as defined by Title 22, which it looks like we have a handout on our desk about Title 22, because we had talked about wanting to have a definition for public water, not just public sewer, and it already exists, so we don't have to create one. So that was one concern I had. And then the other concern I had to do with section 10, at the bottom of page 3, it goes on to page 4, for the exemptions, letter B. Why this is a rulemaking thing under DEP and stuff and not the flood hazard areas map, for the federal flood insurance study, like we had discussed it being. Because that's important to me, that it's a defined thing that has real data behind it and not something that can change on the whim of an administration change. Because we need consistency for our municipalities. So those were like 2 of my really big concerns when looking over this draft.
May I provide some feedback?
Sure, please.
So with the second one, the erosion hazard area that references DEP rules, I included a reference to DEP rules because it's not a defined term in statute. So everywhere else, for coastal barrier resource, coastal sand dunes, it referenced a statutory source. If the erosion hazard area is actually identifiable in the floodplain maps, that is preferable to referencing a DEP rule. I did not pick up that connection. It is preferable for interpretation reasons for municipalities to be able to know where to look. If that in fact is a matchup, I didn't pick that up, that it was a matchup. So if it is, then I would agree. You should reference the flood insurance maps, but I would need that to be confirmed by someone in that area. As for the water source, I have a second handout here. So there was a lot of discussion about the phrase served by public special district or other centrally managed water system. And what I did was go into the statutes, Title 22, Title 38, Title 35, and look at all the different ways that basically public water is defined. My conclusion is that I think you can pick one of many. I am not sure that any of them would be better or worse than the current definition or the current phrase. So I did not select one. I did not select the one that you mentioned, or that was mentioned in the bill. And I just want to make sure, because I'm not sure of all of them, it's the best one. But again, I think it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. I'm not sure there's a cross-reference that is going to not have unintended consequences. So that's why I didn't put anything in, because I was not entirely sure. There were a lot of people sending me a lot of different examples of which ones they preferred, and not members of the committee. So I gave you this to say there's a lot of ways you can reference it. And as I said, my conclusion is one of them doesn't jump out to me as the best.
Thank you. And the other concern around that, the map, because I really think we should be using a map that everybody can access easily for the reference. But my concern with where that's being placed, and I wonder if it needs its own section because of this, says exemptions, this section does not apply to, and it's the lead up to A, a lot or a portion, blah, 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 and or B. Does that mean that no municipality can do it in that area? Because that's not what we want. We want them to have the choice. And so if it does not apply, does that mean they no longer have the choice because they are fully exempt?
Are you talking about on page 4?
Page 3 into page 4, yes.
Yes. So at the end of that subsection B, it says, provided a municipality identifies the area as exempt from this section in its comprehensive plan or in a duly adopted regulation of ordinance. So it's only exempt if they take an action, one of those two, an ordinance, a regulation, or in their comp plan. And that was specifically put in there to address what you had expressed, which is that you want it to be optional, not automatic.
Okay, but let's say they don't have a comp plan.
Yeah,
What if it's a place that is run on minimal ordinances and stuff like that, and they haven't identified it as that? Does that mean they aren't able to do it? That's my concern. So should we pull it out of this section that says it doesn't apply to it, it's automatically exempt, and you have to try to fight to make it not exempt, and say you as a municipality have the ability to make it exempt if you want to?
that's actually what that subsection is intended to say. That it's an exemption provided they identify it in a comp plan or an ordinance. If they don't identify it in a comp plan or an ordinance, it's not exempt.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll just throw something out where I'm kind of thinking about this bill overall, is that there's a lot of change that we've thrown at municipalities over the last few years. And I'm also reluctant to make a lot of changes here kind of on the fly, which I know some members of this committee have spent more time on the details here. But I'm just concerned about like the making rush decisions that we don't really understand the implications for. So where I'm kind of feeling like I'm heading is to extend out the deadlines for compliance for the municipalities to like January 1st, 2028, and doing as little in this bill as possible until then. I think we're in our last, we actually had to ask for an extra week for committee to work on this bill and a couple of others. And so we're already past deadline as a committee doing our work. And I just don't feel like I'm going to be at a place where I feel comfortable voting for some of these changes, which are fairly significant to what expectations were. So I understand there's a couple of items that clean up, like is it section 9 of the bill, which is correcting an error in 1829. I'd be okay with that, but just in general, rather than making these substantive changes, I'd rather just like give some breathing room to the towns to make their own decisions about, what we've laid before them in 1829 and the preceding legislation. And then more substantive changes could be considered in the fullness of time in the next legislature, where they'd hopefully have a little bit more time to dig in, and some of the towns will have a chance to sort of react locally, because there's a lot of volunteer energies going into this at the municipal level, and I think there's been a lot of change that they've had to absorb. So that's where I am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I could, I'd like to go back to Representative Collimore's question, which I wanted to delve into a little bit more. In speaking with our planner, I think the thing that we were trying to do, and I'm looking to our analysts to affirm or deny this, is to make sure that we are using the maps that exist that reflect things beyond just the flood insurance maps. And I know that in many areas where, for example, there is erosion occurring in unusual places, it was really important to have that, like the erosion stuff in there, because that would, give my town the power to address a concern like that. So I guess I'm just trying to ask the question, is Representative Collimore's thing just an addition to the sources that are already identified here? And is that a change that can be made in a fairly straightforward manner, or is that complicated?
If it's an addition, so if erosion hazard areas are separate than flood areas, which are linked to the flood maps, that isn't easy, because you're just adding one more thing. You're leaving the 4 and then you're adding, well, let's see. Did I not include special flood hazard areas? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. So is it the special flood hazard? So now I'm.
I think I'm just confused because we're, different words and names are being used to describe things, and I'm not knowledgeable enough to know. But it seems that there are, like, the dune thing and the erosion thing seem to be, as we talked last week, seem to be additional sources that a community could be using to say, you know what, we don't want to build here because this is eroding. It's not flooding, but we have this issue because it's eroding because of some, some storm that happened or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I just want to make sure that I don't want to lose these things because I think they are very important. And can, since it is a may, can all of them just be included depending on which ones are relevant to the situation as it is in your municipality?
If the floodplain maps or flood insurance maps are redundant of something in there, I would say at this point in time, there, I mean, we don't like to have redundancy in statute, but if it is just redundant from something that's already in there, then I would say the committee can add it. I'm not, but I also want to say there are people here who may be able to answer the question, is the flood insurance maps, do they equal this erosion hazard area, which is what I thought Representative Collmore was equating those two.
And I'm just going to ask as a follow-on to that, if we can clarify this before going forward, because discussing it without having that clarity is
I
challenging.
believe there's someone here that can speak to that.
Who is here that could speak to that? Thank you.
And he had a handout.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Senator Curry, Representative Gear, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Peter Slavinsky, marine geologist with the Maine Geological Survey. And I gave you a handout with some information last time related to coastal hazards and some inland hazards. And today we do have a handout addressing, it's a one-pager front and back, I apologize, which provides some guidance and information on potentially including sea level rise information, because that was a question the committee had. Representative Collmore, in response to your question, an erosion hazard area is actually distinctly different and not included as part of any special flood hazard area mapping. FEMA floodplain maps define the 1% or 100-year flood based on existing conditions, does not take into account erosion, does not take into account any future conditions. Erosion hazard areas are areas that have been defined in rule, not in statute, as areas of coastal sand dunes where we expect dynamic flood hazards and erosion hazards to be occurring over the next 100 years. So they are subsets of dune systems that, based on topography, based on processes that we see, are expected to be hazardous over the next 100 years. So they're a little bit forward looking. So they're a subset of the dune maps. So the coastal sand dune maps are called out in statute. EHAs, as we call them, erosion hazard areas, are not in statute. They're in the coastal sand dune rules, but they're a subset of those maps. They are included in the coastal sand dune maps, but they are, if you can think about it, if you've got one area here that's a mapped dune, an EHA might be half of that dune system. So it's calling out a more hazardous area of the coastal sand dune system.
So based on what I'm hearing, since we've called out the sand dunes, as a municipality could use that map, the whole thing or part of it, to then they could choose to exempt that area from the development that is proposed or it's required to be allowed.
I think so, yes.
So it's within the map that we just
Yes.
added.
Yeah. So it's already in the sand dune. It says a coastal sand dune system as defined by title. I'm sorry, I'm on page 4 of 7, section B at the top.
Okay.
A coastal barrier resource system as defined in Title 38. That's one thing. Okay, we talked about coastal barrier resource systems. A special flood hazard area as defined in Title 38, Section 436A, subsection 1C. So that's specifically calling out the FEMA flood insurance rate maps for the entire state, not just coastal areas.
Mm-hmm.
And then it states a coastal sand dune system as defined in Title 38, Section 480B, subsection 1. So that is called out in statute to cover all mapped coastal sand dune systems. Then it goes on to define or include these erosion hazard areas, which are subsets of coastal sand dune systems.
So we actually could delete
strike that if
erosion
you wanted,
because it's included in the
because
the
it's
prior
included
sentence.
in all mapped. So not all mapped dunes are erosion hazard areas,
Right.
but some areas of map dunes are erosion hazard areas.
I
So hopefully
understand.
that clarifies that.
It does. Chair Gear.
And the reverse, I just want to make sure the reverse is true there, that all erosion hazard areas are coastal sand dune systems.
Correct. There are no,
There's,
the state has not mapped any erosion hazard areas yet outside of coastal sand dunes.
and
Yeah.
is it possible that they could? I'm just, where erosion is happening, it's happening in some very weird
Yeah,
places. So-
Yes, I mean, coastal sand dune systems only take up about 2% of the main coastline, so it's a really small section of the main coastline, mostly in southern Maine, in York and Cumberland counties, but there are sand dune systems that extend all the way up to Perry. And I'm sorry, I have total brain freeze. What was the rest of your
I'm just
question?
trying to make sure that if we exclude the language about the erosion
Yes, right.
hazard areas, that we're not leaving anything out, that communities should, again, this is a may, so
Yep.
if they have this, I just don't want to exclude them from being
Understood.
able to consider that in these
Understood.
ordinances.
We don't have future looking maps of erosion hazard areas in any coastal bluff areas. We listed coastal bluff maps, which is about 40 to 45% of the main coastline is erodible coastal bluffs. We have coastal bluff stability maps, which define current stability, but they're not looking forward. There are basically a line along the shoreline indicating areas that are stable. So based on current conditions, there is no indication of them eroding. And areas that are unstable or highly unstable, those areas are areas based on conditions when we map them are showing that that bluff is eroding. Now, the way that relates to any regulation is that they're incorporated in Chapter 1000, which is shoreland zoning. And in the shoreland zone, what happens is if you have a stable bluff, the setback from that bluff for development is a certain distance from the high tide line. And if you're in an unstable or highly unstable bluff, the setback is from the top of the bluff and it's a larger distance sometimes. And some communities have actually gone over and above those minimum standards and established larger setbacks. But it's not like a polygon area that's defined inland. It's a section of coastline with a line along it. So basically, in answer to your question, we don't have maps right now that look at where erosion might be occurring along coastal bluffs in the future. But another question that did come up at the last session was about sea level rise. So in response to that, I prepared a one-pager for the committee to review. It's this document right here that has the Bureau of the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry letterhead at the top. And it kind of summarizes what our sea level rise viewer does and does not show. It includes a recommendation if the committee was interested in including sea level rise areas in the language in LD 2173 under the third question, which is what sea level rise scenarios are recommended for planning in Maine. That is adopted by the Maine Climate Council that Maine communities should be planning for 3.9 feet of sea level rise by the year 2100. So those maps actually map out areas of potential inundation in the year, in the year 2100 that show about a 4-foot rise of sea level. So that could potentially be included. And then the rest of the document includes questions about how the viewer can be used, what are some of the limitations, how it differs, how the viewer and sea level rise mapping the state does is different from flood insurance rate maps, and how it's different from the upcoming Maine coastal flood risk map product, which is going to be coming out in about a year, hopefully, for the whole state.
Other questions? Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And with regard to that tool, are the sea level rise scenarios in the viewer, are communities already using that in their climate resilience planning process and their action plans?
Yes, Representative, they are.
And that's not required in statute, but that's what they're using as part of that process?
Correct. There is language. There is statutory language. It's on this original document with the table. I don't think you have the color copied version. But it's sea level rise inundation areas is the 1 to 3rd from the bottom there. And it is called out in statute in reference to the maps that, I'm sorry, the communities can use the sea level rise maps in their comprehensive planning to address sea level rise. So there's no rule that says you have to do that, but some communities are including those maps in their comprehensive plans.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Any other questions for the analyst? We take a quick caucus. And well, I hope quick. So. We'll be back. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we table 2173.
Is there a second? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Excellent. That's the majority. All those opposed? Okay. We will table this and put it on the calendar for Thursday. I'll advise members that if you have amendments that relate to what we just, well, or other amendments, please speak to Ms. Westfall. I'm not aware of any. I guess I'll be clear about that. And but I know some things were discussed, particularly around 1829 extension and around sea level inundation maps. If you're interested in that being part of it, please talk to Ms. Westfall. Going in order, which is our next bill? It's the incentive bill, 2230.
That's correct. So this is LD 2230, an act to invest in construction of industrialized housing. You'll recall that this was a committee bill that was reported back to the, or referred back to the committee and it was submitted in response to reports that you heard. Report backs of, and what you have before you is a proposed amendment for your consideration. And I'll just walk through what the changes are that were part of the last work session, which was last week. There was a request about removing the language on the first page that talked about workforce housing. And there was a discussion that low-income, moderate, and middle-income individuals may encompass what is also meant by workforce housing. There was a request to clarify the last sentence in the first paragraph that what MOCA was going to be providing under the Housing Opportunity Program was information to communities and the general public about the need of housing. The original draft had information going to specific industries. The at the last work session, there was a request that the office not be asked to define low income, moderate income, and middle income for purposes of the program, that was part of perhaps a bigger conversation that should have input from more individuals. The next change is on page 2. This is under, so that was under the Housing Opportunity Program with MOCA. Now we're under the Industrialized Housing Incentive Program, which is under DECD. And there was discussion about them having, under the bill, it was grants or loans, and they had requested that it just be grants, that they did not want to be providing loans. And there was a discussion, and you'll see in there more specific information about the different breakouts on how much money, how much of a grant would be available depending on the housing unit, whether it was just a housing unit, an affordable housing, or energy efficient. And third was affordable and energy efficient. Again, these are proposed amendments for your consideration. The last discussed proposed amendment is on page, I think these numbers are, I don't know about your copy, but my copy is a little funky. On page 3, we're getting into the Construction Extension Partnership Program, which is also under DECD. There was a request that part of the group include organizations representing building trade workers. And then again, there was a lengthy discussion about the last section of the bill, which at the very end of the bill asked the Maine Office of Community Affairs to adopt regulations. There was discussion that if you kept that, number one, it should be moved up to closer to the first section, because right here it appears after the DECD section of law. So that was removed. And if you do want them to either shall adopt or may adopt rules, it would belong under section 1, which has to do with the MOCA program. And I believe that was the extent of the possible amendments that you all heard about or discussed at the last work session.
Any questions? Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a friendly observation that I think may have missed one of the or loans, and it's right on number 4, eligibility to be eligible for a grant or loan. So I assume you want to take that up. Just be consistent.
Yes, I would.
Further discussion? Is there a motion? Representative Mallon?
Move by pass as amended.
To
Second.
pass suspended, moved and seconded. Is this committee ready for a vote?
Can I ask for a caucus? Sure.
That's why I was pausing. Welcome back, everybody. The motion on the table is ought to pass as amended. Is there further discussion? Representative Callamore.
I'm not supporting the motion before us. I don't think we've had enough time to look over and discuss these bills. They were pushed ahead last week. I think we have unintended consequences that can come through, and I really just wish we'd stop using more of Maine taxpayer dollars to pay for grants. I think revolving loan funds work really well. We did another bill that had that stuff, and that should be places that we focus our efforts so that it doesn't keep costing taxpayers money.
Representative Grayson.
Look
there.
Grayson's fine. I don't even care. I also support revolving loan funds, but I recognize that we don't want to be duplicative in efforts in creating, obviously certain areas of the state don't have the ability to make loans like, Maine Housing or FAME. And I recognize that this maybe just isn't the place for us to do that. And maybe in the future we can come up with a way for those other organizations and agencies that do make loans to cooperate on something like this. So excited to work on that in the future, should I return.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairmanship. Chairman Kurt. I'm really conflicted about this. I just got to say this, just for whatever record exists on these things. This is a half measure, and sitting over in Appropriations Committee, as I said the other day when we were talking about this, is a fuller approach to this issue, which is modeled thoroughly on Colorado, and this one goes part way, and it has pieces of it. That had a loan program, that had a subsidy, operating subsidy for a short period of time, and it also had a per unit incentive, and it's working, but it's working because of all of those things working together. And so I'm going to vote for this. It's going to have a fiscal note. We don't know what it is, but it's going to have a fiscal note, and I'm going to support this just to get this again before the Appropriations Committee, because that's a thoroughly cross-partisan bill down there. It has ideas from Representative Mallon, from Representative Julie McCabe, deals with a HARP program. It actually puts in the Colorado model into Maine law, and it does it with one-time funding from a bond, because we've invested a lot of money in affordable housing partnerships, and which is one part of the solution set. But what I'm really excited about, I think, is leveraging the private sector and re-stimulating our industrial base and building homes in the factory setting. And this, I appreciate all the work on it. I just think it's a half measure, and I really would hope, frankly, that if we do whatever we're going to do with this, that we could get also a communication from this committee to the Appropriations Committee, asking them to move that bill, to take a look at it and to work it at least, because I worry that it's just going to sit there because it's a bond. And we know it's that time of year where all this partisan overhang gets in the way of actually getting things done. And I just at least would like us to ask the committee, while we send this on their way, to take a look at that, because that is a housing bill. And it didn't come before this committee, but it really is something that the committee should support. And we are supporting it in part by this bill here, which tackles part of it. So I'll be voting for this, but I with regret, because I don't think it's going to have the kind of impact that we need right now.
Further discussion?
If I may, Mr. Chair, I just want to clarify, the motion is to accept, if on page 2, there was the original subsection 5, and then the one that I discussed, which is the grants in specific amounts.
Mhm.
And I want to clarify that it's the grants in specific amounts that was part of the motion. Okay, thank you.
And the cutting out the second or loan.
Absolutely,
As
yes.
correction is found.
All references to loans will be removed.
So moved and seconded. I'll ask the committee clerk. to call the roll.
All right, for the motion of ought to pass as amended on LD 2230, Representative Mingo, what is your vote?
No.
Representative Mingo, nay. Representative Mallon.
Yes.
Representative Mallon, yay. Representative Golek.
Yes.
Representative Golek, yay. Representative Youssef.
Yes.
Representative Youssef, yay. Senator Bailey.
Yes.
Senator Bailey, yay. Senator Bennett.
Yes.
Senator Bennett, yay. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Representative Gear, yay. Representative Collmore.
No.
Representative Collmore, no. Representative Walker.
No.
Representative Walker, no. Representative Lookner.
Yay.
Representative Lookner, yay. Representative Eater.
Nay.
Representative Eater, nay. I have 8 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion passes.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll close the work session for LD 2230. And I'm having Monty Python thoughts in my head. Representative Peter. Well, and now we'll open up the work session for LD 2231.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You are going to be getting a proposed amendment for the work session on yellow paper. And so this bill has several components, and I'm going to skip around because some of them are fairly straightforward and there weren't any, or there were few or any changes from the first work session that we had. So I'm going to start on page 2, where it has section 4 and section 5 and section 6 and section 7. So all of those have to do with the provisions in Title 10 that have to do with the mediation provision that is available to residents in manufactured housing communities if there's a lot rent increase or a fee increase. So the changes that are in here is, the first one is on the top of page 3 that states that the owner of a manufactured housing community may not increase the lot rent, not both fees and lot rent, but just lot rent, more than once per calendar year. So that is a proposed addition to the bill. The other proposed addition is in the next section, section 6, which has to do with what is included in the notice that the community owner needs to send to the residents or the homeowners. And what has been added since the last work session is that the homeowners also get the name and mailing address of a representative from a homeowner association, union, group that is entitled to receive notice. And all right, I'm missing something. So, okay, so sorry, I'm missing something because it doesn't appear at the top of page 3. The very subsection B is also supposed to be underlined. So the notice that goes out has to go out to the owner of the manufactured home and to a representative of a homeowner association, union, or group that has provided the owner of the community with the name and address of the representative. So you had some discussion about homeowners not actually knowing how to organize or find each other. And this is based on work I did on behalf of Representative Golick. And the thought was, if there is a group of homeowners who want to form some kind of group, and they tell the community owner that they exist, then they are entitled to receive notice when there's a lot rent or a fee increase. And their existence is disclosed to those homeowners who are going to have a lot rent or fee increase, so that there's an avenue for a connection. It may not happen because a group of homeowners may not come together and decide that they want to represent, but that's what the intent of that is. The other change in this section or these sections of statute is at the bottom of page 3 and the top of page 4. The original bill did not clearly state that the right to the request for mediation is based on an increase that's CPI plus 1%. And that is what is changed in that section. I'm going to stick with this page, section 8 of the bill we discussed last time. There are no proposed amendments to section 8. Section 8 had to do with increases in the minimum lot size. Decreases in the minimum lot size in mobile home parks from 6,000 to 4,000. If it's served by public sewer system, and if it is on-site subsurface wastewater, it decreased from 20,000 to 10,000. And if it's served by not served, then it went from 12,000 to 5,000. And the rest of the changes in that section 8 are all Ross changes that change shall not to may not. So those aren't substantive changes. So those are 2 of the sections in the bill. Then I'm going to go back to what starts on page 1 and then continues on pages 6 and 7. So there was the request in the reports that owners of manufactured homes or tiny homes have the ability to have their homes considered real estate for the purpose of financing and conversion. And the first bill proposed, it was based on the New Hampshire model, which was discussed by the people who worked on the report. And that model, as you heard from public testimony and questions by the committee, had some consequences that may not have worked. That process required the Secretary of State's office to receive a series of documents, including warranty deeds, and then to cancel a certificate of title to a manufactured home. You heard testimony that the Secretary of State's office actually doesn't issue that many certificates of title for manufactured homes. And that they didn't feel equipped to be receiving warranty deeds or quitclaim deeds or other kinds of deeds and evaluating them for the process of determining whether or not to cancel the title, meaning the title as personal property. And we discussed at the last meeting, there's a different model in New York, which has something that is required in the Department of Motor Vehicle, and also there's changes to the sections of statute that have to do with real property. So that is what this bill proposes to do. So first, what it says, the first section on page 1 is new because current law does require under section 29A, section 651, current law does require the Secretary of State to issue certificates of title. It's a very limited world. It's single unit manufactured homes beginning with model year 2027. And then there's some provisions about older homes. So currently they do issue certificates of title, and the proposal is to also require, if requested, so it's not a requirement, it's if requested, so that beginning sentence says, or the end sentence, beginning January 1, 2027, the Secretary of State may issue a certificate of title for a tiny home or manufactured housing other than a single unit manufactured housing, model year 2007, upon request from the owner of the manufactured housing or tiny home. The conversations that I had on behalf of the committee with individuals from Maine's real estate attorneys and banking industries thought that this might be a benefit. And so it is included here. Again, it's owners of the larger homes would have the ability to go to the Secretary of State and say, please cancel my, or please issue a certificate of title. If there's questions on The purpose of that, I would have to defer to others. So I'm going to move on. Yes.
Trigger.
Thank you. Just to clarify, this is just basically maintaining that as an option and extending it to manufactured housing and tiny homes from what it is today.
Yes,
That's- okay.
yes, because the current law does require Secretary of State to do this for certain homes. So this is making it an option for other homeowners. With respect to conversion, so that's, you want to get a certificate of title, this is what you can do. With respect to people who have a certificate of title and want to convert it, that's what sections 2 and 3 of the bill talk about. It's similar to what was in the original bill, but it has nothing to do with warranty deeds. It requires that if you want to have the Secretary of State cancel and convert your certificate of title, you go to the Secretary of State, you present the original certificate of title, a description, which is the model year, make, width, length, and other information, a legal description of the real property on which the home or tiny home is located, and then a sworn statement by the owner of the real property. And either the owner is going to say, I swear that's my property, I own the home and the property, or the owner is going to say, I own the property, someone else owns the home, and the home is permanently affixed. And there is either a lease agreement or other occupancy agreement. Again, these are requirements that are used in other states such as New Hampshire and New York. And this mirrors what those states are requiring when a certificate of title is converted. So someone goes to the Secretary of State with this information. They already have a certificate of title. They say, please cancel. The Secretary of State then looks at that information and will make a determination whether to cancel. The only thing filed with the Registry of Deeds are these documents. And the Registry of Deeds files them in relation to the real property. So you did receive some written testimony from the Registry of Deeds that talked about, we don't like to get documents that aren't related to real property because that's not how we work. The documents that the homeowner will file, and again, this is current law. So current law says that you can request cancellation of your certificate of title. Current law allows that if you own the real property and the home. So this, and I don't know if I made that point already, current law already allows this. This is saying, in addition to allowing the cancellation of title when you own the property, we're going to allow the cancellation of title when your home sits on land of someone else. So although the Registry of Deeds had some concerns, they are actually they currently could be receiving these documents. I don't know if this is happening, but my understanding is the documents are filed with relationship to the real property. And that's the deed and page number. So, and then the rest of the bill, the rest of this section is current law. And the new addition is at the bottom, which is subsection 9, which says upon filing the certificate from the Secretary of State that the title has been canceled with the Registry of Deeds, then the house is deemed real estate for all purposes. That was a provision in the prior, the original version of the bill. There is discussion about what the implications of that are. And perhaps, I know that Greg Payne is here and he's been part of those conversations, but this is language that has appeared in the other state laws.
I wanted to back up. I just want to make sure that on page 1, section 3, subsection 1, real property transactions, where we're the substance of the most substantive thing to me here is the crossing out of when the condition of when the manufactured housing or tiny home becomes affixed to real property. That line, that's what we're doing in this, right? That's the,
yes,
we're getting rid of, like, currently the current law is is that they can turn it into real property when it's affixed permanently to real property owned by the owner of the manufactured housing, and so the substances, we're getting rid of that condition
Right.
for that. Okay.
Yes, yes. This is expanding what is currently available when you own the home and the property.
Okay. Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was anticipating you would call on me. Thank you. Just a clarification. So can you clarify for me I understand that the owner is going to, put this request to the Secretary of State's office, provide whichever document they need to provide, but who records in the Registry of Deeds?
The homeowner.
The homeowner.
Under section, well, actually, under
So
section
it-
3, it doesn't specifically say.
Right, it doesn't say in number 3, but then in number 9, the new, conversion section, it says upon filing the certificate from the Secretary of State that the certificate of title has been canceled with the Registry of Deeds. Yeah, I'm not clear
Yep.
on who it is. I don't know that I have a preference. I just think we should be clear whose responsibility it is to record the documents.
No, and I think well, I don't know what the original intent of subsection 3 is. But
Right,
you're
I mean,
right.
maybe the Secretary of State can tell us what they currently do
Right.
for the cancellation requests that they
Yep.
have, what the practice
Right.
is.
But you're right, it would be very helpful to clarify who is taking that document from the Secretary of State and recording it in the Registry of Deeds.
Yes, thank you.
Can we ask for a representative from the Secretary of State's office? Under current practice, well, I will not try to summarize. Senator Bailey.
Under current practice, when a title is canceled because someone owns the land, which I understand that's the current law that they're able to do that. Who takes the documents showing that to the Registry of Deeds and records it? Is it the Secretary of State's office mails it in, or does the homeowner have that responsibility?
Good afternoon, and thank you for the question, Senator Bailey. I'm Emily Cook. I'm the Deputy Secretary of State in charge of policy. And I think a challenge I'm having in answering the question is that, as Deputy Curtis said last week, we don't really receive requests for cancellation of title. So I'm not sure what our practice would be, since we don't generally conduct it.
Please follow up.
I mean, do you have any preference? Because I expect if we pass this law that there are going to be people who, especially who are converting the title, who live in manufactured housing communities, for example, who are refinancing now that they have ability to do this as real property. Do you have a preference?
I'm not sure off the top of my head. This is the first that I'm seeing the language. So if I could check with our titles folks to see if there is a preference. But I understand the question.
Are there other questions for the Secretary of State? Are there any, so my question would be, first you're seeing this, any first reactions?
I think first impressions are decent, so that's good.
Okay.
And I was glad to see the deed section moving out of 29A. Appreciated that. I think this makes more sense than what we saw last week, but I just want to confirm that with the folks who did the work on the ground.
Great, thank you. We'll keep going.
Yes, so now if you'll go to page 6 and 7. So these are the provisions that will go into, I didn't write the title, but Title 33, which is property, and they're going into Chapter 12, which is Short Form Deeds Act. So there is a chapter of law that has examples, language, descriptions of the variety of deeds and other instruments that can be used when there's a transfer of ownership in real property or real estate. And I had a conversation this morning with a real estate attorney, and the substance of this is different from the question of where exactly in Chapter 12 it should fit. The substance of this is saying if you own a manufactured home, regardless of whether you own the land or not, and you want to transfer ownership or you want to finance it like a mortgage deed, your deed, whatever type it is, has to have these additional provisions in them. And again, these are deed language that has come from the other states. And there's two additions to the deed that Section 9 is saying need to be included. The first section, the first statement of ownership of the tract or parcel of land. And either it's a statement that I own the home and I also own the real property upon which it's located, or option B is I own the tract of land upon which the manufactured house, and it should say or tiny home, is situated, and I hereby consent to the conveyance of the manufactured house or tiny home. The other statement, which is subsection 2, statement of relocation, is that the deed also has to state whether or not that home has been relocated basically from one county to another. And if it has, it's asking for, give us the book and page number in that other county where there may be real estate documents.
Senator Bennett.
So the title to the home itself is not deeded. That wouldn't be in the deed. I thought the point here was to create a real property understanding of the home itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see that option here. We see the house on land, both owned by the same entity. And then you have the tract part, the deed having to come from the owner of the underlying land.
Just their consent.
But do we want to do that? I mean, because they don't currently have an ownership interest in the house.
That's correct. My understanding of why they are seeking the consent of the landowner, if it's different, has to do with the financing and and there may be others here who can talk a bit better on that. But my understanding is that they want to know if that property owner has consented and knows this is going on before, not necessarily if I'm transferring my home to you, but if I am getting a mortgage deed and the bank has an interest, that the banks may want to know that the owner of the land has consented. That's my understanding for why B is in there.
Do we need to do that? I think it gives a point of, you know, I just don't, I would prefer not to go there if we can avoid going there. I mean, is there a way to do that?
I'm gonna ask a representative from the Governor's Office of Policy Innovation in the future to come forward. I have the same question. I can completely understand why you're coming up. I can completely understand why the banks and those issuing financing would care that you have permission to have that manufactured home on that property. They you know, as I understand it, they said ideally they would have permission for the length of the mortgage that they're giving, but they recognize they might not be able to get that. I'm not sure why the property owner would need to be involved in whether or not this is deedable. So what is the thinking behind that they're somehow involved in this establishing whether this is real property?
Yeah, and I'm Greg Payne with GoPIF, but I've asked that same question of a couple of real estate attorneys and the folks at Pew who have been working on this. And their unanimous reply is just that they would be concerned about clouding title without affirmation from the landowner. And that's their response to that question, that if somebody had the ability to do this without the landowner agreeing to it, that, and there was also reference to some kind of concern about eviction, being, the eviction rules being different or compromised in some way. So I'm not sure I have the silver bullet answer, but I will say the fact everybody seems to agree that getting consent is a better practice in the situation. And I think the fair question, like you were asking, Senator, is like, well, who would do that? I do think that this may make the most sense in parks that are owned by resident co-ops, who are much more likely to say, sure, we agree to you doing that. Parks that aren't owned by resident co-ops may not feel the same way. But I think the idea here is if we can avoid clouding title in any way and make this an option for at least some people now, that is preferable.
Senator Bennett.
Follow-up question on that, Mr. Payne. So this is an option for the owner of the home to pursue. Right? And so if you had somebody who was denied that,
Denied consent,
requested the consent, it was denied it, then is it status quo ante for the homeowner?
right? They would not be able to convert to real estate. They would not be able to access the financing that I think we all want to allow them to.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't the whole idea behind this that in order to transfer it to being real property, real estate instead of titled is the fact that it's never going to move again? Basically, we're saying we're taking the tires off and it's going to stay here. So I assume that is why we have to have permission from the landowner if it's not the person who owns the thing, because they're agreeing that, yeah, this thing's going to stay here forever. Because that's the whole purpose of taking a title and turning it into a deed. I feel like I heard that last week. Am I hearing that wrong or remembering that wrong? That was the idea, is that we're turning it into real estate, which is a fixed.
I think this is where it gets, and where other states, I know that Lynn has been looking at this too. We're deeming it, which is not the same as it actually being a fixed. And I think that's where the rub is. And other states have done that too, where they're deeming it. So I'm not sure it's quite the case to say that if we do this, there is a statement that, the wheels are off and it will never leave. I think that lenders have made clear that they know that people hardly ever leave. And so that's why they're comfortable making loans, real estate loans, mortgage loans, in this sort of situation.
Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So something you indicated in terms of the reason why you want the owner's consent is that converting it might have effects, but the way this is written, it's required on every deed for it says a deed for manufactured housing or tiny homes must contain one of the following provisions. So that means every transfer needs the owner's consent if you don't own the land. Which, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, most manufactured housing parks already have that in their park rules. That, again, if you're transferring title, you're currently your chattel title. to a new purchaser that the park owner does have to sign, but that's a park rule and they can still do that, or not. You know, I don't know that every park does it, but I think it's fairly common practice, that they require consent. So I guess I'm wondering, again, this is not limited to that initial conversion. So I still don't understand why, if you want to sell your mobile home, that you, in order to do that, if you've already converted it to real estate, you need the owner's consent.
And I might defer to you here, Lynn, on this, just because I guess my understanding wasn't so much that I was thinking that the consent was required for the initial conversion, but subsequent sales would not require, but tell me.
So actually, this doesn't set up a conversion process. It doesn't set up a deeming. And if you go to the Secretary of State and you have a certificate of title and you get that canceled, it's a conversion. But for everyone else who doesn't have a certificate of title, this bill does not provide a deeming of real estate and it does not convert it. It merely says, if you want to sell it as real property or mortgage it or transfer it as real property, this is what you have to do. So it's to me, this is a beginning step down the road. And I think that there may be other things that need to go into statute. The New York law is very extensive on, you need a recorded lease. You have to actually have a written document from the community property owner. And it has a lot more steps to it that lead to conversion. This system just says, if you want to convert and you have a title, you can do this. Regardless of that, if you want to transfer this as real property or you want to mortgage it as real property, you need to have this in your deed. And that may not have been what was understood.
Senator Bennett? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll look this way, Representative.
Thank you so much. I feel like for me, the jump is easy because we tax these properties as though they're real estate. People pay property taxes, real estate property taxes on their homes. So it seems like a logical conclusion to me that if we can just deem, not only do we charge sales tax on these homes when they're sold, we charge property tax on them. That seems like completely arbitrary and deemed by law, like not quite in the definition of statute and all of that. And this seems like in the same vein. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
So I will say, I don't know, I'm not sure I'm going to answer your question. I will say there was discussion about deeming all manufactured homes as real estate. Not all homeowners may want that. And there was, yes, they're taxed as real estate. There were questions, if you deem them all, what impact does that have when there's the initial sale from a realtor? Is it taxed as a sales tax? Is it taxed as a real estate tax? And that's when we are trying to take the first step down the path.
Senator Bennett. You follow up?
I just did, I'm confused because realtors currently do sell mobile homes, correct? Yeah, so we're not really changing that process. Realtors will still sell them, and I believe in the bill it says we're not changing the way that they're taxed, meaning they'll still have sales tax, I think. I've read a lot of bills recently, but they remain sales taxed and property taxed, if I'm remembering correctly. But the fact that we can do that with this property implies to me that we can also deem it real property and title it accordingly, even though it's not affixed to land.
Senator Bennett.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess where my head is going is around, this is in order to attract cheaper financing. That's the whole purpose here, right? So I get the notion of treating it as real property for the purpose of that. And there may be some attendant needs around the lease and the ownership, I can see where a lender would want to see that a lease exists where that person is not going to get that property thrown off there during the pendency of the lending. I guess the question I have is like, at the end of that period, let's say somebody decides they want to move their home, they pay off their loan, lender doesn't care anymore. Are we leaving residual issues the way this is written that are going to leave that homeowner in a worse state than they might otherwise be? Can they then, now that that has been satisfied, could they then return it to like some other kind of ownership and then move the home somewhere else? Sell it for parts or whatever it might be. That's where I get all the requirements for the lending piece, but are these irrevocable once you turn that into a deed? Does it have to like move with the property? Does it have to or can that be undone?
That is a question that I think a real estate attorney would need to answer.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, fellow committee members, I am assuming that this whole conversation is for the purpose of better financing for the homeowner. Is that not true?
Yep.
Okay. I think we need to hear from people from the mortgage loan industry, because I don't think, see, when we talk about better rates for real estate, we are talking about securities that are traded on a secondary market and how those rates are treated in the larger financial community. Those are generally of two types, unless somebody can correct me. There are conforming loans, meaning they conform to Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae standards. Therefore, they are able to be sold in a secondary market and traded perpetually among various buyers of these securities, which are mortgage loans. Or they are portfolioed by a lender that chooses to hold on to that security themselves. What we're talking about clearly is not going to fit into Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae standards, okay? So these are, I suspect, going to be loans that are portfolioed. So it does not matter whether the lender calls it a mortgage loan or some other kind of loan, because they're still going to be dealing with a house that doesn't own, that's separate from the ownership or any interest in the use of land or geography, and a deteriorating asset. They are not going to be lending at anything like what we think of as mortgage loan rates. So I just wonder if we are going down a rabbit hole that's not going to make any substantial difference. And I think somebody from the mortgage lending community could maybe enlighten us further on that, unless I'm totally out to lunch.
Representative Walker, we did hear from some on this, and I know Mr. Payne brought some of them forward, and I don't know if any of them are here now, but can you share what you've learned from the lenders in states that are doing this?
Sure. I mean, I think that the person who testified at the public hearing was from Norway Savings, and they were essentially saying, we would love to make these loans if this change were to occur. We can't do it now, but if this change occurred in statute, we would love to get into that market. I think you're right that it's a portfolio thing. It's not a Fannie thing, but they are saying if we have the benefit of it being a considered real estate, and what I think we heard from the New Hampshire Housing Loan Fund when they testified too was, we do this now in New Hampshire. And they can offer, the best scenario is when you're talking about resident-owned communities where they can get a 20-year lease or a lease that's going on forever or whatever. Those are the circumstances where they can offer much lower rates. And I think what Norway Savings has said is, okay, if it's only a 5-year lease, we won't be able to offer an interest rate that's as great. If it's 10 years, it would be better. If it's 20 years, it would be better. But I think right now, like I shared with you, I think a lot of people getting these personal property loans are up in the 11 to 12% range. And what Norway Savings was talking about and what the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund, which is saying, we would like to enter the Maine market to offer the same thing we offer now in New Hampshire. And I think everybody likes that. They're saying maybe this becomes 8% rather than 11.75%. Like that's I think what we're going for here.
I seem to recall also the New Hampshire Community Development Financial Institution that presented said they were part of a pilot with Freddie Mac.
Yeah, I think Freddie Mac does have some pilot. I think there's things in motion now. It's a very fluid situation because Freddie historically hasn't done this, but they are dipping their toe in the space. I can't speak to exactly where it's at, but I think there's a recognition there's a problem here. And I'm not sure if the bill that Congress is debating right now that passed the Senate, we don't know if it'll pass the House, if it includes some of those financing pieces. I think it may. But right, if it exists now, it's only on a pilot basis.
Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to try to answer Senator Bennett's question, at least as drafted now, where it says that once you cancel the chattel title, that the home is deemed real estate for all purposes means it is forever. I mean, I don't think you can go back.
Right.
Yeah.
If
So,
I may, Mr.
and owners has to consider that, do they want to cancel their chattel title?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Mhm.
there's the original bill for the Secretary of State had all the warranty deed stuff, which Secretary of State said, please don't make us deal with that. So that was taken out. But the original bill also required, which this bill does not, also required the Secretary of State to convert all mobile home parks all mobile homes upon request. It basically said, it wasn't drafted. It basically could say, regardless of whether you have a certificate of title now, if you own a manufactured home, tiny home, you can come to the Secretary of State and you can say, convert our title. And then it's deemed real estate. So there is that possible avenue that you put the responsibility on the Secretary of State to go through the converting it from personal property to real property. And the reason that didn't appear in this version is probably for the looks you're getting from behind me.
You're right.
Because that is a significant additional responsibility onto the Secretary of State's plate. But I think some of the problems there's a lot of details here, but some of the details are because a lot of these homes aren't being deemed under this proposal, aren't being deemed real estate. There's only a subset. And that kind of creates a lot of gray area.
Chair Gier.
And I think I'm just trying to tease out the specific issue here, right? Which is that part of the reason why you have a lower rate on an actual home that is affixed permanently forever to a property is that it's not going anywhere. So the risk profile when they do the underwriting is obviously going to be lower. And I think we're really teasing out this issue of what is the risk element of it theoretically being able to be moved. To me, there are three scenarios there. One is you go to a dealer, you say, I want model X of this manufactured home, and I want to put it in park X down the road. And you are in the process of both buying the property and then also siting it on the lot. That isn't going to be necessarily the permanent place, but there's a relationship between I'm looking to my property lawyer here, there's a relationship between the dwelling and the land is what the Registry of Deeds is dealing with, right? They're dealing with a house that's on, or a building that's on a piece of land. It's not going anywhere. So there's the buy it and put it somewhere. There's also, if I go down to State, Manufactured Housing Park in Scarborough, the house is already there. You're buying a house that's a manufactured house, but you don't have to buy that separately. It's just like, from the buyer's experience, I think very similar to buying any other kind of house. And so there's that. And then there's the third scenario, which is you own one in a park that you don't have permanent title to the lot on, and you're selling it to someone else. I'm just trying to work through the scenarios that we're trying to deal with here to make sure that we're thinking it through from how the law would actually work. Am I missing any of the scenarios and the importance of the reason why you would want a document from the owner of the land saying, yes, they have permission to be here, is obviously if you're just plunking it somewhere, you don't have permission, that no one's going to want to lend on that. So am I capturing the different scenarios that we're really looking at here?
I mean, I don't know if there's additional scenarios that I can think of, but I think I totally agree that all this is about risk and the risk profile for a lender. And part of what we've been hearing is like Norway Savings saying, we know in the real world, just like the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund says, we know in the real world they stay. And so that's why our risk profile is relatively low on this and why we're willing to be in that line of lending.
So the only scenario, the only scenario that is really in question here is the one that Senator Bennett raised, I believe, which is if you decide to move that thing that is, the lender has said, well, we know you rarely if ever move these things.
Yeah.
That's the specific scenario. So I just wanted to say this out again, thinking this through, what we really need to make sure that the language captures is every other scenario other than that rare scenario, because I don't know that we can write the law for that.
Yeah,
Is that
and I
correct?
guess I would point out, I don't think like under current law where you own the building, you own the home and you own the land, and you currently, there's a process in state law to, go from it being personal property to real property. I don't think under that current existing law, there's a go backwards clause. I mean, like just the way it is right now. And so to your question about, can you go backwards with what we're envisioning here? I think it's the same thing.
I think the part we're forgetting about with this, though, is this isn't just about mobile homes and manufactured homes. We've included tiny homes in here. And so I think what Senator Bennett brings up is a really important thing about that, because I may have decided to buy a tiny home to sit on my property because that is how I want to do it. But then I'm like, oh my God, I really can't stand being this close to this other person that I live with all the time. I'm going to upgrade to a mobile home and have more space and sell my tiny home, which I cannot sell now, as something that somebody can use to go out on the roads because there is no reverse clause. And the tiny home world is like that. It is very mobile. And so when we're including the tiny home side of this thing, that's where I think our complications really come in, because we can't reverse back from deeded real estate to titled, I can put a license plate on it and carry it around.
I think you could still sell the tiny home, but it would be a sale. It would be a real estate sale.
Right.
But you could still sell it.
But I wouldn't be able to sell it to somebody who would want to take it on the road.
I don't know that that's the result. I don't think that's the result. I don't think that would be the result if it's converted into real estate or real property so that it can be recorded and transferred as real property and financed. I would say if it was financed, the bank might have a problem if you sold it to someone and they tried to pick it up and move it. But if you owned it outright, I think you could still sell it and a person could move it off your lot.
Senator Bailey.
So two totally unrelated things, but on this topic, yes, currently, under current law, there are lots of people who own mobile homes on their own land. Some of them have mortgages, some of them don't. I mean, in my community in Buxton, probably half of the community that describes them, that I see when I do doors there. That's always been considered real estate because it's been affixed to their own land. Having said that, they can at any time move that mobile home. They can at any time sell that mobile home and have it taken off their property. Nothing prevents them from doing that, even though it's always been considered real estate. So I don't think this changes that. Totally different topic that I just want to make sure we address is this idea of taxes, and that we are sure that people aren't going to now get double taxed in terms of if they do sell their manufactured home after they've converted it. I assume because it's being considered real estate, it's going to be subject to real estate transfer tax. But I want to be sure that I don't know enough about sales tax law. I will be honest, I've never served on taxation, that it also wouldn't be subject to sales tax as it currently is. Does this, having it deemed real estate, does that take care of that? Or is there something specifically in the sales tax definition of a manufactured home that it would still be subject to both? And that's a question for anyone who can answer, or do we need to ask MRS?
Second. Representative, does anyone care to answer that question, or are you just writing down that we have that question?
I'm just writing down because I don't know the answer to
Okay.
that.
Representative Golick?
I think most of what I was gonna say got answered. I had purchased land with a mobile home on it that was mortgaged, that was my family's. And it was simple as, yes, it can be moved. So I would imagine the tiny homes would fall underneath the same thing. They'll still be able to be sold as real estate and move. But anyways, yes, I won't belabor it because I believe it got answered.
Representative Collmore?
Thank you. So I want to be clear. I'm not talking about it can't be moved from one property to another. I know that can happen. That's a real thing. I'm talking about I can no longer treat it as a camper that I bring down the road because I have no ability to bring it back to being something that's titled, to put a license plate on, to then say, I want to tiny home village hop. Or I want to go camping and this is my camper because a tiny home is set up better than a camper, and you know, those kind of things. So that is more what I was talking about. That tiny homes tend to be more sellable because of their ability to be mobile all the time and have the license plate on it than because they can sit on a piece of property all the time. I know tiny home villages are happening and that's a real thing, but I also understand that the attraction to tiny homes is their mobility, which is not something we have to worry about with mobile homes. People are not taking their mobile homes out because this is a great thing to use for camping. But my uncle just purchased a tiny home for the purpose of the fact that it can move between different villages, and he was sick and tired of living in a camper. So I want us to consider the fact that in the tiny home side of this, there could be a challenge.
And just to respond to that quickly, I do think this may be part of why people counsel that we make it optional for everybody, that nobody is automatically having their tiny home be titled as real estate, but because they might have that very concern.
Senator Bennett?
Yeah, I guess to put a finer point on my concern here is the terminal value of the real estate in the circumstance where somebody's converted it to reflect kind of a real estate, deeded real estate, and they don't own the land. And they did this just for the purpose of getting, for a period of time, lower financing costs by a lender who was willing to do that because during that period of time, you know, there was a certain level of stability. Once that is paid off, let's say, I just worry about economic imbalance between, and maybe the language takes care of it, but just I worry about the situation where somebody's met all those needs, they pay off and it's still sitting on somebody else's land, can they then remove it
Mhm.
from that land? And you're convinced that that would work, I gather, Senator Bailey, who's
Senator
our
Bailey?
resident expert on this, so. But this is what I'm just concerned about. I just want to make sure that we aren't creating in this law something that some people are going to say like, oh dear, I regret this later, because they're losing value at
So I
the
want to make
end.
sure I understand your question is you're making sure that this deed is not contingent on this lease, that they only have value being at that property of the property owner.
Past the lending period, right?
Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what you're really asking is, do you have to have a chattel title on a manufactured home in order to move it? That's what you're really asking. I don't think you do. I don't know if the Secretary of State knows, the representative from the Secretary of State's office knows the answer to that. I'm not aware that you have to have a chattel title to move a mobile home. I don't.
So I want to ask the question further. All right, so converted, you have a deed for your, well, we'll just take it for your current, let's say under current law, someone that owns their land and has their mobile home on it, and they have a deed, and then they choose to move, they buy some other property, they move their mobile home to another property. What do they have there? Do they have do they have to do a new deed that includes that property and that land? How do they do that? That's current law, right? So the people have done that.
Yes.
And so they just get a new deed? Is that the case? Please, Senator Bennett, or Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, typically the deed would say a certain lot of parcel of land with any improvements thereon, including mobile home with the number, or sometimes it just says, Skyline 14 by 70, 2007, whatever. There's some description of it. So you're describing both the parcel of land that you're either selling or buying, and the mobile home as well. Yes, currently that's how it's done.
So I can imagine in what we're proposing, where you only own the mobile home, they will describe the mobile, so you've done this deed where you're on a leased land and you move later, or you sell it and they put it someplace else. You would have a deeded plan describing the building, describing the mobile home, and whatever we say you need on the lease, for a lease, whatever the equivalent of section B, if we decide that we need section B. Is that correct? It would be something like that. Senator Bennett.
So just looking at the language of section B, it says here, the owner of the tract of land hereby consents to the conveyance of the manufactured housing. Is that the conveyance into the deed? And then once that's done and all of that any further conveyance of that home, is that included in there, or is it excluded by the owner of that home wants to convey it, move it off that property, give it to their kids or whatever?
That was my question.
The word conveyance is in there, and I think it assumes that this is in the initial conversion to a deed, but what does that mean going forward?
I mean, I would agree that if we're talking about a subsequent conveyance, seeking the consent of the owner of the land doesn't make sense.
It may say that. May I ask our analyst to draft language which just incorporates that initial conveyance, not subsequent conveyance by the owner of the home? Is that something that you could do, Ms. Westphal?
I could, but I'm not sure you only want it for the initial conveyance. You want, so the way it's drafted, that section B, it says, the owner where the home is situated or is to be situated hereby consents. So let's say you're the owner, I'm going to put my land, I put my house on your land, you are where it is to be situated and you have to consent. If I'm selling it to my friend and it's staying on your land, you are where it is situated. If it's on your land and I want to move it and sell it to someone else, it's not your consent that this requires. It's the new landowner.
I get that the intent, but it says which the aforesaid manufacturer is situated.
Or
So,
is to,
or is, so you're saying that the homeowner can either keep it there and satisfy that side of the or they can move it and get the new consent from the new place it's going, and that would be the other side of the or. So one or the other, but that's the homeowner's choice.
I think it depends on where the home's going to be. So you need the consent.
I get-
The intent is you need the consent of where the home's going to be after the conveyance.
I get that. I just
Right.
want to, all right, it's giving me some level of comfort.
I just also just wanted to mention on the sales tax piece, I did just, I don't know if there is, like you had raised, Senator, the question of back at the public hearing, I think when you convert it from personal property to real estate, should there be a real estate transfer tax assessed, which is a good question too. And I would just suggest that be an exemption from the real estate transfer tax statute. There already is a list of 23 exemptions or something to the real estate transfer tax, but making sure that we don't view the birth of a new piece of real estate as a transfer would seem to make sense, just for clarification.
Representative Julia.
Does anybody know what happens when you move an actual physical real estate property house, which I've seen happen plenty of times in the antique business, from one piece of property to another? Is that at all comparable to what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Senator Bailey. Oh, I thought you were going for the mic. No, I won't put you on the spot there. Representative Golek.
Well, I've seen that done, and it's happened in several times. There's like been 3 times right in my community that it's done. And my understanding is that I know in one incident, they purchased the house, they bought it. The trucks came in, hooked it up, moved it down to another lot, and they got a mortgage. It was their land for the property. So I was just actually saying that I don't see it. I don't see it as complicated as all of this. It's purchasing a piece of property. You own that piece of property. You can put that piece of property wherever you choose. So that's how I see it.
What's the will of the committee?
Sorry. Just before, just in case you're at the end of talking about this, I did get some good feedback on section 10, indicating that some revisions to that would be helpful, practically speaking. That, the concept, this was again suggested by an owner, that people sometimes buy these things without understanding what they're buying, especially if they're not using a bank. And so that was the general principle. I think that the feedback that I got was that, for example, digital connectivity is sort of irrelevant to the situation. Landscaping probably isn't the right word. Hazardous tree survey is probably the right word. That for sewer systems, it depends on whether it's private or public. If it's private, yes, you want to have an inspection. Things like that. And so I did create a suggestion on this that I think could be shared with you all, but I just wanted to point that out, that that was one that I think also needs, it's not complicated, it's just more practical in terms of clarifying, again, if it's public water, then, having an inspection probably isn't necessary or easy. I think there's also a concern that if you're going to do sewer systems, just saying that it be a qualified third party isn't as good as saying from a licensed engineer, just little stuff like that. So I will say there's that section I do suggest could use a little bit of work to make it more pragmatic.
Okay, great. Any further questions for Mr. Payne? Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Senator Bennett.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% satisfied that my concern about section 9(1)(b) is captured. I just
You need some time.
Yeah, I hate to ask, but this is an important bill and it could affect people's lives. And I just asked maybe if we could ask Lynn to review that language, and maybe there's some other people that we could involve. I don't know. I think I'd hate to make what I would think would be an error there that would be capturing value from people, and giving it to other people who haven't earned it.
I'm happy to do that. I do want to raise a question I don't know the answer to. So that subsection B, we heard why it's in there. It makes me think of the buyer beware. Sometimes you leave it up to the buyer or the seller to determine whether they need something like this protection. So this is providing a level of protection, and we heard it was to prevent clouding of titles, potential clouding of titles. It might be something that was needed for financing. What I don't know the answer to is, if it's not in there, does that prevent a financing institution from having it be required in the deed? That would deal with, and I don't know the answer to that.
Representative Gulick.
Question that you may or may not, or just to put out there to the committee. When looking at this and talking about financing, it seems to me that if I remember correctly and listening to some of the conversations that brought this bill about, it was to determine that it was on a piece of property, a piece of land, to get that financing. Couldn't just a copy of a current signed lease also provide that? But so you wouldn't have to get permission from the landowners. You got approved there. You've signed a lease with them. This is where it's gonna be. This is where it is. I'm not a real estate attorney, but it just seems to me that's proof.
And actually, some of the states do require a recorded lease, the actual recorded lease for these types of transactions.
Senator Bennett.
I passed to my good colleague, Senator Bailey.
Senator Bailey.
Those B names, huh? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that, just trying to answer your question, Lynn, if we take out section B, remember, we still have section A. So it is still going to be disclosed who the owner of the property is, whether it's you or someone else, right? And I think that makes sense. Secondly, a lender can always put whatever conditions they want on the loan. And certainly, if a lender wanted it as a condition of closing, that they get the consent of the owner, then, that's going to be a condition of closing. They certainly could do that. If they felt that was important. This wouldn't prohibit them. So I'm comfortable with just having A on there as a disclosure, but.
What is the will of the committee? I don't know if we've gotten all the questions answered and people know where their vote is now. If we have any questions for folks and we need to table till Thursday. Chair Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciated what Mr. Payne had to say about the clarifying language for section 10 around the inspections and what would be covered. I'm comfortable making a motion ought to pass as amended if we want to go that direction and do that in language review. I'm personally comfortable with that. I'm not sure if others are, but I'm happy to make that motion if so.
Moved and seconded. So,
And leaving everything else the same.
And just as we discussed on, just removing the, I'm sorry, I'm getting my numbers wrong here, the 9(1)(b).
Okay, yep.
That would be my motion.
so it's motion and seconded. Further discussion. Senator Bailey. Oh, Representative Callamore. Sorry, I didn't see you.
He doesn't want to look this way anymore because he was offending Representative Golick by not looking that way too much.
I need the special glasses that just look sideways.
I will not be supporting the motion on the floor. I think there's still a lot that needs to be worked out with this to make sure it's done right, not just for the person owning the mobile home, but also for the people who own the land that the mobile home is on. So I just think we don't have enough time. It came to us very late in the session and we really need to get this right so we don't have unintended consequences. This is property that is a huge investment for people and I don't want to do something that could harm them. So I am not going to support the motion.
Senator Bennett. I saw you for Senator Bailey. Oh, that's right. I am getting the right names at least here. Just a wrong order of who raised their hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, before the motion was made, I was hoping to just express the questions that I do want to have answered, in terms of, like we talked about the taxes, how we deal with real estate transfer tax, who is going to be responsible for recording the documents. We're going to hear something back from the Secretary of State's office. And also to see the new language or proposed language on section 10 and discuss that. And we did not even hit upon or have a discussion yet, and I would like to have a discussion about the reduction in lot sizes, especially as that may affect existing lots in manufactured housing communities, and some feedback that I've gotten with constituents on that. So
Still in discussion, so let's have that discussion.
if you want to keep going, okay. So the concern that I heard from some of my constituents about reducing the size is not so much about new parks or even, expansions of parks, but existing parks. And the kind of repercussions that would have for people who, as we were just talking about, people do live in these homes for extended periods of time. They think of the lot, even though they know they lease it, but, they put flowers out there and bird baths and, decorate it, try to make it nice, which improves the value of the property, I think. And so that would be potentially taken away from them. But the other thing that was raised that I didn't even think about is that if the owner of the manufactured housing community is able to make the lots smaller, that may in fact then change the address, because the town is now going to have to, renumber the street, if you will. And the cost associated with that between changing your license and changing, you know, your utilities and changing at the post office is not only inconvenient, but it, you know, it adds up. And I had a constituent who this happened to them in the recent past, and so she was aware of everything that was involved. So I would like the committee to discuss whether these provisions that we want to allow them only for either new parks or like a park expansion, you know, they put in new sections, but not allow them for existing manufactured housing communities.
And Senator Bailey, I want to be clear with my comment about, feel free to go ahead, that we're still in discussion. I'm not trying to race us to a vote. If the committee finds that there are questions that we need to get answers on, I would consider a tabling motion in order to that, but I would like to get those out today. So, I'm not, you know, we might be able to get to a vote if the committee finds that they're in that posture. So I'm just clear.
I intentionally didn't say the T word yet.
Yeah, but I wasn't, don't interpret my comments to say I'm trying to force us there. I'm not. Representative Golick.
I was just wondering if, Mr. Payne could give some insight on that, because I thought there was a discussion about, and there was a discussion, and I may be confusing it, about it being for new lots, that it wasn't going to change the density of the already existing lots that people were living on. And could I get somebody just to
Sure,
clarify if I'm
and
accurate on
while
that or
Mr.
not?
Payne's coming back up, I'll ask our analyst that question
our analyst
of the, from what is written, is there anything that would prevent a current mobile home community owner from, you know, adjusting leases to smaller lots and creating more density?
I'm not sure there's anything that would prevent, even without this law, a current park owner from reconfiguring lot size, right? So they can already do that. This is talking about what a municipal ordinance would require. So my interpretation is until that ordinance goes into effect, it would only affect future would be, so new developments, infill, expansions. But I'm not entirely positive I know everything that community park owners do.
Okay.
But that's my interpretation of it.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say maybe to Representative Golick's question here is when we were talking about this in the study group, we certainly were thinking of it more as the new park expansion sort of world. I think that it's a good point that I don't think we ever really discussed is, could there be a scenario where a current owner that has people in a certain configuration, now the local law changes and they say, ooh, we're going to squish things. That was a concept that was never raised, and I'm glad it was, because I don't think that was ever something that anybody was seeking to allow.
Representative Golick?
We could get wording in it that clearly thought that. And I would just say I would have a hard, I'm sorry. I would have a hard time imagining that scenario, because these parks are responsible for the infrastructure and everything, and a lot of these parks have been sitting around forever, so their sewer lines and their water lines and everything are drawn to these locations. But having said that, people do weird things. So I think having that clarity that for the density is for new and infill, I would agree with.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Bailey, you had requested an answer to some questions. Do you want to make a tabling motion?
About discussion. I will move to table this item.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Table till Thursday. And that closes the work session on LD 2231. I understand we have a language review.
We have three.
We have 3 language reviews.
Two for me and one for Sophie. And I am sure she'll appear soon. So I'm going to start with 2124. And because it's short and I believe Sophie's is short, so I'm gonna not make her sit around. So 2124 is coming your way, and this has a majority and a minority report. This is the act to support emergency shelter funding using revenue from the real estate transfer tax. You saw last week the draft language. This is the official language and also the fiscal notes for the bills. If you look on the, well, you haven't received them all yet. You'll recall the majority report takes 2% out of the housing production fund and moves it into the shelter operating subsidy program. And the minority report takes the 2% out of the general fund. So it's on the second page of the majority report. It's the second page of the fiscal note. It's just showing the money moving. It's other special revenue fund. And in the minority report, it is general fund movement of funds. So this is just showing you what the fiscal notes.
Any questions? Any concerns? Okay,
All
thank
right.
you.
Well, Sophie missed her window of opportunity, so we're moving on. 2097. So this is right, I pulled out 2173. I'm not ready to go there again. Sorry.
Well,
Oh,
can we
wait.
start with
We
Sophie?
will let Sophie go.
Yeah.
In the nicotine.
Everyone, we'll put down 2097
Down 2097.
and pass out something else.
So this is 1908. It's the personal digital electronics right to repair. The majority report, you've already seen it. As you recall, there was a reconsideration on the minority report. So this is mainly for the individuals on that report to review it. It changed the report to be the personal digital electronics by adding a definition for that. And it is the minority report from the IDEA committee from our last legislature. Fiscal notes on there, vote sheets on the back. Happy to answer any questions, but again, the majority report remains unchanged and you all have seen it before.
And the minority report is the same thing from IDEA 2020,
Correct.
the minority report from the last one. Those on the minority report have any concerns? Seeing none. All right,
Thank you.
that one's good.
All right, so you already have 2097 and it was a majority report. The minority report was not to pass. So the first thing I want to say is that you're seeing the initial draft. There was a major restructuring of this bill. This bill was based on current law that's particularly old. And so as sometimes the drafters do, I did a major restructuring of it. I shared it with MoCA. This is a bill about MoCA. This is a bill about MoCA having the authority to investigate complaints against code enforcement officers. I shared it with them so that they would confirm that there were no substantive changes to the bill, which they did confirm. But it looks a lot different than what you originally saw. It also incorporates the changes that you requested, which included changing the title of the committee to the Certificate Review Committee, expanding who was on the committee to include individuals who had experience in topic areas. for the Division of Building Codes and Statistics. You asked that information about a dismissal was shared not only with the complainant, but was also shared with the certificate holder. You asked that. I'm just trying to talk about what your requested changes were as opposed to any others. I think those were the main changes you had into the bill. I have two questions for you about your original intent and then feedback from MoCA about some of the original language that you passed. So the first question is on the first page, there's section 2. You discussed extending the time frame for individual to complete training. And currently it is to extend that individual certificate for a period not to exceed 12 months in cases where the training is suspended. And you asked that it be extended to 24 months. I received a question whether your intent was for that expansion from 12 to 24 to be for eternity, or was it just a temporary extension of a year while MoCA gets up and running and gets more training available? So I wanted to confirm what the majority's intent was when you voted for it.
I will say my intent was that this was a startup time period.
Yeah.
And while they were getting everything in shape, was that the intent of the others that were on the majority report?
Yes.
Does anyone disagree with that? Okay.
Okay. The next is a comment, if we go to page 5, some comments and requested changes from MoCA. So you have this section 4 at the bottom, request for adjudicatory hearing. Again, that's not a name you're going to find on the original bill. That's a new name. And this deals with when there's going to be an action or a sanction against a certificate holder and they want to ask for an adjudicatory hearing. It currently says that the division director concludes that a sanction is authorized and the division director notifies. What MoCA has asked is that it's if the division director or the committee concludes that sanction is merited. And that makes sense because the committee is generally the ones who are going to be reviewing these. And then it's not just the division director who provides notice, but it's the division director, the committee, or staff. So that was one requested clarification. The other one was that if there is going to be an adjudicatory hearing, what it says now is that there's a subcommittee of 3 committee members designated by the committee chair or a hearing officer appointed by the division director at the division director's sole discretion. And the request by MoCA is that it's actually the committee that picks the adjudicatory hearing officer. It's the division director that has to make the official appointment because that's within their scope of responsibility, but that the oversight of the adjudicatory hearing is in the hands of the committee and not in the hands of the division director. So
Is, for those who are on the majority report, is that clarification consistent with your intent?
Yes.
Is anyone in opposition to that? No one's in opposition.
okay, last but not least, there is a confidentiality provision in this bill. And on Thursday, one of the chairs and I get to go in front of the judicial committee to justify this. And there is a lengthy form that has some balancing questions that have to be answered. And in getting that form ready, it became more clear to me that this confidentiality provision is very robust. And it is based on the fact that oversight of code enforcement officers prior to them going to MoCA was within law enforcement. And so the investigations and the confidentiality provisions that apply when it's a law enforcement investigation, and think not just cops, but fire marshals, fire and code enforcement, it's a very robust confidentiality provision. So prior to going in front of Judiciary Committee, I wanted to make sure the committee was comfortable that the rationale for this is going to be that code enforcement officers are very similar to law enforcement, safety, emergency management, and that the investigation of their conduct and the complaints, charges, accusations of misconduct are all confidential. The only thing that is public under this provision is the written decision of either the hearing officer or the division director. Everything else is maintained as confidential. And again, that's based on where this provision of law came from and how code enforcement officers have been investigated in the past.
Is that I have said, having done that once now, I will tell you that, this is where they probably spend most of their energy is the confidential, well, certainly was with our last bill that we had, is the confidential requirement narrowly tailored. Yeah, because, and they are looking at that question.
And I can say that a different example would be the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. They have a lot of boards that they have oversight of, and they have a whole provision in statute of when they do investigations of the alleged bad actions of doctors or chiropractors or architects or dentists, that whole group of professionals. They have a different provisions of what's confidential, that it's not as robust as what is in this, because, and the argument can be made because code enforcement officers are a little bit more like law enforcement than a doctor or architect. But there is language that they have in their statute, and I have it if the committee would like to further discuss what the balancing, where the balance is for the confidentiality provision. But that again,
So we
is-
have robust confidentiality for law enforcement and for fire marshals, and then we have confidentiality standards for a whole bunch of other professional trades or professional
Yes.
licenses that are less robust. Which are we putting in these, Senator Bailey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, they're more like animal control officers. Do we know what we do with animal control officers?
we do not, because I didn't think about animal control officers. I looked at the gambling control board, but I
And I'm
don't
not saying
know.
they're exactly the
Yeah.
same, but that they would be more akin
To an investigation of what a animal
an
control
animal
officer.
control
Yeah,
officer.
yeah. A lot of statutes actually don't
They might
have
not be in-
confidentiality provisions in them. I can say this isn't necessarily a decision you have to make today because we'll go to the judiciary, and if they say it's not narrowly tailored enough, then the question to the committee, of course, you'll be told this after Thursday, which is your last meeting day. Just to throw a monkey wrench in the whole thing. If they say it's not as narrowly tailored as it should be, then the question for the committee is going to be, do you go forward with the way it is, or do you do something different? And I'm not quite sure how we would have that. We would have to get permission to meet again to have that conversation. That's why I want to bring it up, tee it up here.
What's the will of the committee on this? We have a proposal here. We could add this, which is to make it more like other confidentiality standards in professional licensing board. And move forward, which is more narrow. Or we could say, no, this is more like a fire marshal investigation, have it more robust.
Or option 3, you
Or-
could say, leave it like it is. If the judiciary says this is not narrowly tailored enough, then the committee says, okay, this will be what we propose.
Does the committee, the majority report prefer option 3? Anyone opposed to option 3? If judiciary gives us that report to go to the other one. Anyone opposed to that? Okay,
Okay, thank you.
thank you. Senator Bailey?
I just wanted to share, Lynn, that it looks like, and this is just a quick Google search, that complaints against animal control officers to the Department of Agriculture, Conservative and Forestry are confidential, and there is a statute for it. And if it goes to court, then it's not. So again, don't know if that will be helpful when you go before judiciary or not.
It's always helpful to show the committee where there are the similar confidentiality provisions. They usually do take that into consideration, so I appreciate that.
Excellent. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?